Hi, welcome, ladies and gents, to Media's Live Show, episode 21. It is October 21st, 2025, and I am very excited because Dino Game, Dino Game, Dino Game, Dino Game. It's Jurassic World Evolution 3, baby! I've been very excited for this game since it was first announced, since really before it was announced, because Jurassic World Evolution 2 is one of my favorite games maybe ever, and it's just me. Like,
Dino
it's not
game.
Oh,
Dino game.
alright. That's my phone finally loading up YouTube, so I can watch the chat. I have it pulled up on my big screen 55-inch TV. So for this stream, I need to, I guess, try to controller. Okay, there we go. There we go. So we're gonna just jump right into the campaign after I load up. And while I'm loading up, I'll go ahead and do my usual as far as what I've watched this week. The only thing really of note is My Hero Academia. I did not catch this week's episode of May I Kindly Ask You One Final Thing. I'll catch up with it next week. I just was very busy with editing. As you guys know, I did it was the best character podcast that I just finished editing a couple days ago, and then we recorded the first soundtrack podcast for volumes 1 to 3. I'm about 2/3 of the way done with that. I just got into the volume 3 section, and we recorded the volumes 4 through 6 soundtrack podcast. And that was really good, and Dude and I are planning on recording the final of the soundtrack podcast later this week. So I got a lot of editing to do. I'm pretty behind on my editing stuff. We got a lot of fun podcasts, including maybe a very special one. I don't want to make any promises or kind of put him on the spot, but I'm very excited for the one we're going to do immediately after we're done with these soundtracks. Alright, but yeah, load up YouTube on my phone again. But yeah, I'm very excited for this game. Hi, Joshua Diodanet. Good morning. This is bright and early. I could not wait. In fact, when it started unpacking, I pre-downloaded it last night. When it started unpacking, I was like, oh man, how long is this going to take? Am I going to have to delay the stream? I don't want to. But no, it took like 20 minutes. And that's actually one of the reasons why I scheduled it for 9:30 instead of 9 o'clock. One, it gives me that extra 30 minutes to sleep. This is my day off. This is actually usually around the time that I am leaving for work in the morning. Is 9:35. And so yeah. Real quick though, the new episode of My Hero Academia, fucking peak. I love Bakugo, and this was a Bakugo Glaze Fest. Bakugo calling himself Kachin is peak writing. My Hero Academia, so good. I have like other things, but I'll save a lot of that stuff for when we get the conclusion to that fight, because I have a lot to say about how it concludes and what it means for like Bakugo's story and his place with All Might and Deku. So I'm gonna save all my like narrative thoughts for next week. Also, I just want to get into this.
Genetic power.
Jeff
The most
Goldblum.
awesome force that the
planet has ever seen. With it, we diverted the very course of natural history. We took something
Fucking
so
QR
far
code
back
on the
in
egg is a
time
choice. I love
and
it.
put it on display for the world to see. For better or worse. Sometimes, though, it really was a compelling vision of coexistence. Precious, brief glimpses of peace. Emphasis on brief.
Fallen
But
Kingdom.
when nature seemed to offer a correction, many people saw only a tragedy.
Josh
Saved
asked,
the
have I
dinosaurs
seen
from
One Punch Man
volcano
Season 3?
only to put
I'll
them
answer that in a bit.
cage. But it was compassion that set them free.
Dominion.
Free, of course, to spread into every corner of the planet. We need
Damn
to find
right.
a way to coexist. But can we put our hubris aside and work with nature this time?
Well, that's
Can
the
we
question.
finally allow life to find a way?
Badlands. So I have no idea how well my computer is actually going to handle streaming this game. I've had trouble with Jurassic World Evolution 2 in the past. So we're just gonna see how this goes. But Josh, he asked if I saw One Punch Man Season 3. No. I have a long history with One Punch Man. I got into it through the anime like everyone else, but I was a latecomer to it. I kind of got hooked. I jumped into the manga drawn by Murata.
If there's one thing that the history of evolution...
I jumped into the manga drawn by Murata. I followed that. I caught up and followed it for a very long time. Up through where the anime is now. Like, I didn't get to Cosmic Garo. Like, I didn't get that far. I got about where the anime is right now. With like I know like Garo versus like a Tank Top Master. Like, I definitely read that part. That was about the time that I dropped the manga, though. Because I wasn't into it. I wasn't into the characters. I wasn't into the story. It already felt like a chore. Like, it had felt like a chore for a very long time before that. And because of that and me just dropping the manga outright, I'm friends with people who keep up with One Punch Man, so I know a lot of the stuff that's coming up. Like, I know about Cosmic Garo, I know about Blast's introduction, I know about like the God Cubes or whatever. I know about God in One Punch Man. I know what like his deal is. Minor spoilers, I guess. And so because of that, like, I never ended up watching season 2. And I don't regret not watching season 2. And then as season 3 came out, I remember a lot of people were excited because there was kind of some miscommunication about Mappa getting back into the series. But that wasn't the case. And it's been 6 years since One Punch Man Season 2. And I've seen some clips from Season 3, and it is pitiful. It is absolutely pitiful. Josh also said that he's a Ruby fan. I am too. Unironically, yes. Alright, let's continue.
Has taught us it's that life will not be contained.
Kinda.
Life breaks free. And that's exactly what it did, time and time again, tearing down barrier after barrier until finally we arrived here. This Jurassic World. There is no path left to travel but forwards. No viable option but coexistence with the dinosaurs. It's a rocky road ahead of us. Less rocky, perhaps, under the right management.
Welcome.
So we
I
got
am, of
Diplodocus,
course,
Cabot Finch.
managing director of this new enterprise and the owner of this lovely patch of Badlands. Go on, take a look around. Breathe in the fresh air.
Decidedly less fresh around the herbivore enclosure. Hey, tell me, what are you calling this again? Is it done? Dim?
DIN, the Dinosaur Integration Network. I am Kira Chang. A pleasure to meet you. We intend to help dinosaurs and humans coexist globally, and I am here to find clients who share that goal.
Hey, so I should, ignore the roaming velociraptors that I saw on the way in and just focus on the bare bones enclosure? Wow, you're spoiling me.
Please, Doctor, take a look at the site map.
Open the site map, is that? Yep. Same
Not
controls
only
as
does
before.
map allow us to oversee the site, but it also shows that the raptors are no longer nearby. We have plenty of time.
Oh yes, plenty of time, sure. Until, of course, we don't.
All right. Let's get this showcase underway. To kick things off, some rescues will be arriving here any time now. Let's use a delivery zone to transport them all in one trip. It saves time and, even better, a boatload of chopper fuel.
Yeah, that's something that bothered me about the first Jurassic World Evolution, especially. The second game fixed the issue, but not entirely. I've seen gameplay of this a little bit, not a whole lot actually. I've kind of done a good job avoiding, like, what the maps look like, what all the materials look like, what the new stuff looks like. I have looked at the dinosaurs though. But oh, there it is. There's the workshop. I'm gonna be visiting that because this has modular building like Planet Zoo does. I am not really an artist. I am certainly not an architect, and I have no, like, eye for symmetry or leveling or, like, balance. I have terrible, like, hand-eye coordination and terrible, like, depth perception. Well, not terrible depth. I have pretty good depth perception, if nothing else. But, like, there's no way that I'm going to have the skill or patience required to, like, really design my own building. So this has a workshop feature where when you build something using all the raw materials that you can use to craft your own buildings and stuff, you can then save that to the workshop and then share it online. And then people like me can download it and use it in our parks. That is a big feature that they've been pushing in the marketing for this game. I was going to say, so in the first Jurassic World game, you had to incubate dinosaurs one at a time. One at a time. And there was only like 5 slots per, like, hatchery. Then you had to release them one at a time. And if you wanted to move them to a different enclosure, you then had to have an ACU unit, which was a completely separate building from the ranger team, have them fly to your dinosaurs, tranquilize them, and then move them to the new enclosure. That was just a hassle. It was a time sink. The second game ameliorated this by allowing you to incubate batches of dinosaurs, so you could incubate like up to 6 Struthiomimuses at the same time, and you could unleash them all at the same time. And if you wanted to move them to a different enclosure right away, you can release them via ACU or via like a helicopter team, but then they would move them one at a time if you did that. Like, they would have like 3 or 4 helicopters come in, descend into the hatchery, pull a dinosaur out, move it, come back, like go back and forth with just a couple of helicopters. Also, still a time sink. Way better than it was in the first game, but a time sink. This game has delivery zones where you can incubate multiple dinosaurs at the same time and move them all in one thing.
Okay, perfect. When the chopper gets here, direct them to that delivery zone.
Loki Ceratops, right away with one of the new species.
Excellent! The Loki Ceratops are on their way. And the pilot said there's something special about the group, so, consider my interest piqued.
Ah, our other important guest has arrived. Dr. Dua, welcome to Montana.
Dr. Dua, returning from the
Your
prior
goal
games.
to help dinosaurs thrive has certainly caught the conservation sector's attention. I truly hope you can succeed.
Ha! So do I. So do I.
Baby! This is the other feature that they've been pushing heavily. There's like 3 big features that they've been pushing
wild
heavily.
Juvenile dinosaur.
One of them is the workshop.
Absolutely remarkable.
The other
And
second
not-
is
not a common sight these days.
baby
You
dinosaurs.
know, the mind boggles thinking about how its experiences now will shape it. Will its future be peaceful? Chaotic? The deciding factor, I suspect, is you.
What a beautiful young dinosaur. Can we perhaps observe it more closely?
Dinosaur appeal is one of the things that'll draw new guests to a site. And boy, oh boy, do juveniles sell entry tickets.
And well-cared-for juveniles will grow into more appealing adults as well.
Josh asked, will I be covering Ruby Volume 10 when that releases? Of course. Dude and I have already talked about, like, how we're gonna handle the podcast. We're still a ways out from that, though. We still got at least another year.
As dinosaurs explore their new enclosure, they'll form a territory. It's inside this territory that their environment must meet their needs.
Some dinosaurs play well with others. Some less so. Keep an eye on who's sharing an enclosure with who.
Yeah, it's the same as the... All this is very similar. Like, they use different font and a different, like, overall graphic design, but it's identical
All part
to...
of the demonstration, I assure you. We have a suite of environmental tools to help make this enclosure more appropriate, which is, of course,
We need
our next
more
priority.
ground fiber. And... yeah, we mostly just need ground fiber. Cover.
Wonderful work. Actions like this will certainly earn you a good reputation with the conservation sector.
Here comes a sandstorm.
Not to alarm you all, but is that
A sandstorm, and it came out of nowhere.
typical? It ripped apart some of our fences, too.
Storms like this can harm or panic dinosaurs. This is a delicate situation.
Right. A spooked giant is a big threat to our guests. The priority needs to be tranquilizing it with the capture team chopper. We can repair the enclosure later.
Are the controls gonna be the same? Yes.
Nice shot. Asset spot. Appears to have finished. Controls relinquished.
Hey, nice shooting. Those dinosaurs won't be waking up anytime soon, so you've earned us some breathing space. Now, I'm not exactly adept with a hammer, so let's bring in the experts. We need a maintenance facility, and like yesterday.
Every facility placed will need to be connected to our path network.
Is there like a natural path? I know there is. Okay, and there's all the colors.
Now get out there and repair everything you can.
So they separated the maintenance team from the ranger teams. That's fine. That's more realistic to how it would go.
You know, Dr. Dua, Dr. Malcolm, your testimonials would really make a difference. We need the support of the conservation sector if anyone will take us seriously. And if they don't, Din is going down. And taking what's left of my money and self-respect with it.
John Hammond said something similar when he brought me and the others to Jurassic Park. You know, I could dig out the report that I made for him, but I'd need to update some details, like oohs and ahs and running and screaming, you know, that sort of thing.
My favorite line from the second movie.
Conversation, Mr. Finch. Let's focus on the...
Ooh, ah, that's how it all starts. Then there's running and screaming. You can apply that to so many things. Like Ruby volumes 1 through 3 is like, ooh, ah, that's how it all starts. And then volume 5 is like, and then there's bitching and moaning.
Task at hand for the moment.
I'll take it from here.
A thorough and efficient batch of repairs. Impressive work.
Now that the enclosure is fixed up, we're safe to transport the dinosaurs back into it. When transporting a dinosaur,
place
first choose the
delivery
animal you
zone.
want to move and then pick where to send it.
Coming to collect the asset. Asset required collection.
So they touched up some of the controls.
Or hurt the dino?
Used to be you had to hit like if you wanted to select, you had to select something, then hit Y to do multiple selection, then select all the things, hit Y again to finalize and then move them. This you could just select them.
Source. We got lucky, but luck tends to run out eventually.
No need to worry. I suggested we prepare for such a thing weeks ago. And we did prepare, didn't we, Mr. Finch?
Well, you know, the to-do...
Josh said, I'm surprised you haven't quit making Ruby content, which I'm glad because it's a good show, it has flaws, but people shouldn't hate on the show too much. I actually did try to get out of the Ruby content stuff, but it turns out that, like, none of the other things I wanted to talk about are, like, as fun to talk about or make videos on as Ruby. Like, I just have a lot more fun personally making Ruby content. So long as I'm not, like, doing just Ruby content, like, these live shows that I started doing, you know, like, I guess, almost 8. Wait, hold on. 21 weeks is divided by 4. 6 months. I've been doing this for 6 months? Almost 5 months. I've been doing this for 5 months. Even that sounds like a lot. Have really helped because it's helped me like talk about other things like My Hero Academia and Don to Don without like putting in the time and effort. Like I just don't have the free time to make content the way I used to, the way I was back when I was unemployed or only working part time. Ever since I got a full-time job, which was back in 2021, I haven't been able to do regular scripted video content the way I had between 2016 and 2021. And it helps that, like, Dude has kind of, been very supportive and very, like, gung-ho. Like, bringing the Ruby podcast back was not my idea. Bringing the Ruby podcast back was Dude What the Heck and High Powered's idea. And High Powered even said that, like, he's, we should do it. We should bring it back even if he's not on it. He works, like, 2 jobs now, so he's going to be the holdup in, with scheduling stuff. And he's basically said what Sock said many years ago, which is that, like, don't worry about me. Just getting the content out there and getting our opinions out there is more important than making sure that everyone is there to contribute.
The list was pretty long. And
Which is why there was even a podcast that I wasn't on. There's actually been a couple podcasts because I wasn't on the initial Arcane podcast that they did, and I also wasn't on I don't think they ended up talking much about the actual episode, but Volume 7, Episode 11, I wasn't able to make it. But again, like, doing the podcast was more important than making sure everyone was there to contribute. So they kept it going. I very quickly edited it and put it up online. This was a couple years ago.
how was I to know we'd be hit by look, let's not
Use the
point fingers,
transport tool
especially
to
at me.
move. Okay.
Bit of a long shot, but Dr. Malcolm,
Game pretty.
any chance you can ignore the whole breakout thing?
Oh boy, now you're asking an awful lot of me.
Okay, maybe not ignore, but focus on how well we dealt with it. No? Well, can't blame a guy for trying, huh? Let's place down some maintenance posts across the site. They'll let your maintenance ATVs patrol and fix the place up automatically.
Maintenance posts. This is a new thing. Maintenance ATVs can be assigned to maintenance posts. They can then automatically repair, reboot, resupply, and inspect buildings and fences within that post radius. The inner radius of the maintenance post covers buildings or repair, reboot, resupply, and inspection tasks. Okay, so it's like the ranger post that I never freaking used in the last game, which I assume are also in this game.
You want your maintenance posts to cover all buildings and power generators that might need repairing, refueling, or resupplying. Those posts also have a wider range to them, and any fences that break in that range will automatically get repaired.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna...
Once you've placed your maintenance posts, you can directly assign a maintenance team to each one.
I've arranged for more dinosaurs to arrive on site. They were struggling in the nearby desert, but we can give them a better life here.
One moment. Corythosaurus. They cohabitate wonderfully with Lokiceratops, so please do place them in the same enclosure. Replicating natural varied ecosystems should always be a high priority.
That's
All
what
right
I
then.
do.
You're the boss.
If for no other reason than
Reporting us
space-saving
at least.
reasons.
Then I'm back in charge. I'm kidding.
Like, across both games, none of the maps are big enough to give every dinosaur its own enclosure. Unless you want to limit yourself to, like, 30.
This place is shaping up faster than I expected. The benefit of hiring the right park manager, eh?
I completely
Just
forgot about the
take a
loading
step
zone.
back and look at what you've done already. This site is our very own window into prehistoric Montana. Diplodocus? Check. Lokiceratops? Check. Corythosaurus? Well, here we go.
I just got so much muscle memory from Jurassic World Evolution 2 that I just started placing my dinosaurs randomly instead of putting it all in the delivery zone.
Delivery successful. Now, we better make sure those dinosaurs are loving their new home. I mean, I'm sure they are, but I pride myself on being a good host. Or at least a passable one.
They could certainly be more comfortable here. Balancing comfort between multiple species can be a challenge, but one worth overcoming.
Is it just me, or do those dinosaurs not look as happy as the Lokiceratops?
Like many species, they need males in their herd to truly thrive. Male dinosaurs are rather rare, though, so there's little we can do. Perhaps Din isn't a good fit for the conservation sector. Your work is inspiring, but the dinosaurs need something extraordinary if they're to get a foothold in the wild.
You know, the dinosaurs aren't adapting fast enough to reproduce on their own. The course of natural history is trying to reassert itself, and you simply cannot fight nature.
But we could work with it. I know of a research station developing not only male dinosaur synthesis, but sustainable breeding programs too. If it will earn your support, I suggest that we all head there immediately.
Just to check, we're, coming back here, right?
Oh, we must. If that research succeeds, we have to return to reintroduce male dinosaurs to these herds.
All right, my bags are packed, so let's go.
World map. Kauai. Alright, got a second map, Hawaii. Mainly put in this game because of, this was where they filmed the first Jurassic Park. Josh asked how I'm feeling. I'm feeling really good. I'm very happy with this game so far.
Well, you know, I've been to a tropical island harboring so-called groundbreaking research before, and I felt this same mix of sheer wonder and utter dread back then, too. I'm more, optimistic
Parasaurolophus.
about what I'll find this time around, but still, if I may, a word of advice: build more places to hide than you think you need.
Aloha Hawaii!
This is not a vacation, Mr. Finch. We are here to support pioneering research on dinosaur breeding. And to that end, I'm pleased to introduce you
A
all
pretty
to
big
Dr.
map.
Luis Baldera, a leading paleoecologist. Dr. Baldera, the room is yours.
Hey, good to meet you all. Truth be told, I wasn't expecting help so soon. Kira seemed pretty insistent that it has to be now, though, so I'm definitely gonna make the most of it.
Mysora?
Well,
Yep.
you know, we're all dying to see how this works out. Well, hopefully not literally dying.
This was
Dr. Baldera has done
Gallimimus?
quite well on his own, but many minds make
Yep,
light
Gallimimus.
We'll need a control center so that we can hire scientists for the project.
Parasaurolophus.
We should hook that building up to the path network, too. Science by candlelight is great for atmosphere, but less great for productivity. Let's get a generator down and power that building.
Scientists have a variety of skills, but researching male synthesis will require experience in genetics. Please hire whomever you think can do the job.
You can just call me Media. Has Been Hotel Season 2 is coming in a couple of days. Ooh, I'm actually glad someone asked about this. I have mixed feelings on Has Been Hotel. It's one of those things where, like, when the pilot came out, that was when I kind of heard rumors and stuff about it, like, because internet. And then when the pilot came out a couple years ago, I really liked it. I loved it. I loved it so much that I included it in my Summer of Love series, where I did 100 videos in 100 days. Never doing that again. But then, as time went on and kind of the memes and the backlash around Has Been Hotel started, I ended up finding myself agreeing with the critics a lot more than with the fans. And then this, to the point where, like, when the series came out, I was pretty late in it, getting into it again. And I also dropped Hell of a Boss. I couldn't get into Hell of a Boss. I tried. I just couldn't get it. I just couldn't get behind any of the characters or the tone or anything like that. But then, you know, Has Been Hotel came out. I started watching it as it was ending, and I really liked it. I loved it. I was, you know, I listened to the music, like, I love, Wish, or You Stayed Gone, the Vox Alistair song. I loved, most of, World's Greatest Dad, which is the Alistair Lucifer song. I was like, man, this is just a really fun series with fun characters. And then once again, the backlash surrounding it, and I ended up finding myself agreeing with a lot of the backlash. Like, I think it is kind of like r/atheism bullshit. I do think that the world building is an absolute clusterfuck. Like, it's supposed to be about the afterlife, but then people die, but sometimes they don't. But it's the rules don't really make sense. And the whole plot premise also just doesn't really make sense. Like, why are all the sinners and all of history confined to, like, just one area of hell? Why don't they just make hell bigger? Like God can do that, right? Does heaven get a purge? Okay. Okay, scientists. Okay, I don't need a whole lot. I just need genetics.
That's the genetic skill requirements sorted. Scientists aren't free, so let's not hire more than we need for now, huh?
Okay, first off, we're gonna need a science center. See, while parthenogenesis is a thing, that's reproduction without a mate. Dinosaur breeding typically requires a pair. Male dinosaurs are uncommon in the wild, but we can create our own with a bit of clever research. That's where the science center comes in.
Attention all science.
Dr. Baldera, do you truly believe that this breeding program will work?
I'm pretty sure it will. Dinosaurs breeding in the wild is rare, but I've observed common needs and behaviors. That's what we're building from.
Male dinosaur
Next steps.
synthesis.
Right. We need to gather some genetic material if we're going to actually synthesize a male. But finding an appropriate dig site will take a head for logistics that I definitely don't have. Let's hire some practical thinkers.
So I need four. So definitely gonna get the one that has the 3.
Now let's research a dig site with plenty of Maiasaura fossils.
Wonderful. There's surely no better choice to pioneer this research than a species whose name means good mother lizard.
Well, sure. What better reason to bring a breathing, thinking being into a strange new world than a lovely, apt name?
We'll need an expedition center to act as a base of operations for the dig. Let's construct one immediately.
Alright, expedition center.
Expeditions and me go way back. They're a crucial part of any site like this one, after all.
Yep.
See, we send teams out to dig sites where they collect fossils. Then we crack those fossils open and scoop out the genome, which lets us create dinosaurs. That wasn't the most scientific explanation, but it gets the idea across, right?
Josh asked,
A whole lot of...
do you get sick from the nasty content of that show? No.
Maiasaura fossils and eggs were found in Montana's Egg Mountain dig site. Sounds like a prime expedition spot to me.
Oh, hey, that's not far from the dusty patch of paradise we just came from. Small world.
Smaller still when the continents were smushed together.
Fantastic. Our expedition is underway. Let's hope they bring back some great fossils, huh? Keeping an eye on dinosaur welfare is a full-time job, and I don't want your attention stretched
I have
thin.
the pillow.
That's when trouble starts. The ranger teams can handle it, but they'll need to be assigned to ranger posts to guide their patrols. Let's build some posts and get those rangers to work.
Leaned back a little too hard and almost unplugged my headphones. Okay, make sure Gallimimus can be reached by ranger posts. Make sure all can be... Alright. Ranger post.
Maiasaura are not the only animals that this client cares about. So, while we have some time, please ensure that the other dinosaurs here are comfortable.
Okay, so this is the, like, natural enclosure stuff that they were talking about in, one of their, research, or one of their, production diaries. Okay, what do you need? You need ground leaf. Oh wait, no, they need less wetland. Thought that was like a minimum. Okay. I didn't think any of the dinosaurs would get bothered by too much of something. So that's new. That adds another layer to what all we need. All these guys are comfortable, right? Oh, it's not gonna let me like select them. And you don't have enough.
Generator. Get the generator back up.
Or maybe not. No, hold on. Okay. How do I get wetland? Bog. Okay. So wetland is a completely different thing from having water. In the prior games, the only dinosaurs that had a wetland requirement were the Spinosaurids, and you would do that by just covering their enclosure in water. But that is not the case here. Marsh, bog, swamp.
No one's gonna want to visit these sites if they can't see the dinosaurs. Look, this isn't my area of expertise, but the math is simple enough. Impressive prehistoric animals plus well-placed viewing galleries equals more guests. Take those guests and subtract their spending money, and that equals a very happy Cabot Finch, huh? How's that for showing you're working out? The point is, always make sure an enclosure has good dinosaur visibility if we're to make this a sustainable endeavor. A well-positioned viewing building is worth its weight in, well, concrete and reinforced glass.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent animals.
I wonder if I could do... be more of a bog. Get less trees in the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent...
Hey, did our expedition team make it back all right? Did they, find anything good?
Use the Science Center to extract genetic information from the fossils they bring back. This is a task best done by scientists skilled in genetics.
And anything not rich in genetic information could still make us rich in petty cash. So don't be shy about selling things either.
Oh, while we're laying the foundation of the project, let's build a hatchery too. Can't breed dinosaurs without hatching a few eggs, right?
Josh asked, once Ruby ends, will there be a podcast episode doing a retrospective on the whole series? I mean, we'll definitely like talk about the conclusion or whatever, but we're actually planning to do retrospectives on the 9 volumes over the course of like 9 episodes of the podcast. Terry Betts said the new building tools are brilliant. Planet Coaster uses the same system. I do actually have Planet Coaster. I have like 30 minutes into it. I just never really gave it a shot. And then Josh asked, have you watched the Owl House and Amphibia? I've not watched either of those shows. I have no opinion.
Not long now until the genome is done extracting. What's that old saying? A watched pot of dino DNA never boils?
Now that you can exert more control over embryonic hormones, it's time to synthesize your first male Maiasaura. Just think, generations of dinosaurs engineered to be female, and now we're purposefully unshackling them. Incredible.
Commencing synthesis.
If I may, I can only hope that all the consequences of this are being considered.
I gotta stretch
I
my
know
back a
they're
little
not,
bit.
of course, but I do love to hope.
My headphones don't quite
We
reach
are
back
considering
here.
every outcome in this research. Your concern is understandable, but
So I
unfounded.
wonder if...
Unfounded? Jeez, what a thing to say. My concern has a rock-solid foundation of experience.
I wonder if I could pull this little table up a little closer.
Rapid progress in the
This is
excitement
not
of
my
it, but
usual
any
setup,
caution.
as anybody who had
So,
watched the live show
not
before
unfounded.
knows.
Yes, I misspoke. Your experience is evident, but we are not Biosyn, Doctor. We are not InGen. Try to see this work with fresh eyes, optimistic eyes.
Okay.
Well, I'm very optimistic, so let's keep on going.
That's as
I'm never
far as
gonna be
that,
a
or
fan
that's
of
as close as
more
I can bring
outgoing
it.
Costs, but I'm pretty sure we're
In
going
fact,
to
it
need
kind of made my
scientists
TV
with
a little
skills in
cockeyed.
welfare to actually get incubation going.
I gotta adjust something. By the way, the shirt I'm wearing is my St. Louis Science Center shirt from last year. We had Sue, the Tyrannosaurus, on display. They brought her remains here. Okay, yes, that is much better. Right, get another scientist. Some more genetics.
Please welcome your new park colleagues joining us today.
Okay, let's incubate those eggs. Gotta love the hatchery, right? Amazing building. Life literally develops inside it.
One male. Okay, so I need at least one of each.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Oh, hello there, history. Repeating yourself, I see. Hey, tell me, did meddling in nature work out well the first time?
All right, ready when you are.
Josh asked, I know this is unlikely to ever happen, but will there be top 10s for volume 8 and 9. I would definitely want to do a top 10 for volume 7 first. I actually don't think I ever did top 10 stuff for volume 6. But we kind of already covered that with I think it's called the most Ruby moments, in quotes, where we talked about our favorite and least favorite moments from the entire series. Like, you can already guess what my top 10 best moments of Volume 9 are going to be. It's going to be like the Herbalist, it's going to be Ruby's Crash Out, it's going to be Ruby versus the Curious Cat, it's going to be the Mother's Promise, it's going to be Seeing Summer, that design reveal. Like, I just don't really see a need for those videos. Sexual dimorphism.
It never gets any less magical, does it?
Those are some beautiful animals. And note how the male and female Maiasaura have different patterning too.
Dimorphism in prehistoric animals. And given how rare males are in the wild, I suspect we still have so much to discover.
Yes, indeed. And this is just a start. So, let's get those Maiasaura comfortable.
Just a little bit more ground fiber.
Okay, now we need to check our Maiasaura's breeding potential and compatibility.
So I understand, you have ways of assessing their breeding capabilities.
Oh, you're not bothering me with questions. You're giving me more
yes.
things to talk
There are
about
chemical markers, but
beyond the
honestly,
game.
you can tell everything you need to just by observing the dinosaurs closely.
If I wanted to just focus on the game and
Interesting.
nothing else, I wouldn't be streaming it.
Can you tell with humans too?
I know you're in charge here, but do I actually have to answer that?
No. No, you do not.
Now, eventually you do plan to have breeding in your breeding program, right?
Yes, we do. But dinosaurs need an appropriate nest first. Replicating the natural conditions these animals need is what sets this research apart.
Aha! Artificially replicating nature. No doubt this will go completely according to plan, as it always does.
The conditions are right and the dinosaurs are happy. Now all we can do is wait.
Hey, hope I didn't miss the main attraction.
Oh, no, hello. Are you with the Ding Group?
Oh, no. Where are my manners? I'm Isaac Clement. Great to meet you.
Ah,
I do a lot
Isaac.
of work with the entertainment sector, and they are very interested in this project of yours. Juveniles will meet huge crowds after all, so I have to see this for myself. But it's all good. I'll be patient.
Hey, patience. That's a refreshing thing to see. You know, if only those folks that preceded you had waited longer and planned more, maybe decided not to play with the genetic foundations of life with all the grace of a kid baking a cake for the first time. And by that I mean, you got to admire their ambition, but my God, the mess.
It worked. We got eggs. See, you take care of the dinosaurs and they do what comes naturally. I can't wait for what comes next.
This seems like a good chance to talk about contracts. They're jobs you can pick up on the side to build your reputation with the industry sectors. And bring in a little extra cash while you're at it. Here, let's get you started with one now.
New modification messaging, closures, dig sites. More logistics and more genetics.
Getting the generator back up.
Josh asked, do I try to enjoy Ruby and its volumes despite the flaws it has? I try to enjoy everything I watch. I try to at least find the appeal. I don't ever go into anything wanting to hate it, with rare exception. There have been a few times where I'm like, man, I just want to fucking dunk on this. But Ruby was never that for me. Babies.
Well, I'll be. Juvenile dinosaurs created the old-fashioned way. How far they've come. No longer man-made assets that test the limits of what science can or should do, but animals. Naturally bred animals. Wow, fascinating. So fascinating and possibly cataclysmic. I'm wildly curious to find out.
Little fun little anecdote. When I first played Planet Zoo, first thing I did was build like an enclosure for some peafowls and some peacocks. It was a simple thing. And I only ever played that. Like, I did do a little bit of that campaign, but I mostly played it in sandbox. So I got a couple male and a couple female peafowls in an enclosure. Started building a bunch of reptile exhibits because I wanted every reptile that the game had in my zoo. About an hour later, I get notification about like they're getting sick or they're getting hurt. I go and it's literally like just jam packed with peafowls because they kept on breeding. To the point where like they were literally just packed in like
Did it by recreating
like sardines.
Conditions, no less. This could be just the thing to give dinosaurs a foothold in challenging environments.
Team from a response facility and take.
I feel like I'm staring at history in the making, and it is adorable. I think we all need to share the news, but I bet people are gonna want proof. Can we grab some pictures?
Full disclosure, I've already named them Cabot Jr., so make sure you get their best side. But let's be honest, that's any side, right? What a photo! Oh, I'm printing out a copy of that one for my wallet. Oh, they grow up so fast.
Okay, we need to make sure that our guests have a good view of these little miracles, too.
Ah, yes, the three most important days in any life: the day you're born, the day you die, and the day the viewing gallery opens.
I mean...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our magnificent
Uh-oh. The juvenile is unwell. That's the trouble with having an undeveloped immune system, I guess.
Good Lord, it's Cabot Jr. We've barely had any time together. You've got to do something, Doc.
It doesn't seem serious to my eyes, but it does need investigating. We'll need a paleomedical facility to do so. You can choose an MVU team and ride alongside them, or give them a task to diagnose whatever is ailing that juvenile. Let's find out what's wrong as soon as possible.
He's running away. Oh. Shh. Man, they not sent me far. Here, you little rapscallion.
All right, we've done the scan. So, what's wrong with my prehistoric little ray of sunshine?
Spotted the asset. Exit confirmed.
Wonder if I could game the system like I can with
That's the asset.
I don't want him to drive all the way back and then have to come all the way back out here. Whew.
Great shot.
Boom.
Okay, great. That's the research complete. Now, let's get that dinosaur cured. Assign an MVU team
Already
to the
did.
Ranger Post Stat. Patrolling MVU teams will automatically scan and diagnose minor issues. Major issues? Well, those will call for a trip to a paleomedical facility.
I don't have enough logistics. Okay, can I Improve my park infrastructure. Operations. There we go. Yeah, Josh, I've been doing the being a Ruby critic game for a very long time. I know how to behave. As far as if there's any volumes I like more than I did before, no, not really. Now there was a time where I kind of hated Volume 1. But I loved Volume 1 at first, and then I kind of like came to hate it, and then I ended up coming back around to liking it again. So the Volume 1 is the one that my opinion has fluctuated on the most. But if anything, there are volumes I like less now. Like I like Volume 7 less than I did before.
You can't have a functioning park without the right infrastructure, and without a functioning park, where would we be? What, sitting at home? Not teetering on the edge of chaos? Boy, wouldn't that be dull?
Wait a second. You're kidding. Is that Bob? Oh, how I have missed that man.
We worked together for years, Finch. My name is George, but Lambert's fine. Dr. Dua told me about Den, and about the juveniles. She suggested the security sector should advise.
A perfect time for you to join us, Mr. Lambert. It seems that the situation at our Montana site has changed. The velociraptors are moving closer.
Oh, the carnivores have noticed the human buffet that we've graciously set up for them. What a surprise.
Yes, well, we need to return there immediately and handle the situation.
Okay. First. I'll beautify that at a later time. Like I'll find a place for the staff center. I guess here will do. While that's going on, go ahead and go on to the next thing. Josh asked, do I like Volume 9? Yes. I also saw what your next question is, so I will tell that shortly. But Terry said you can burn so many hours with this game. Yep. That's what I'm planning to do. I think I have like 300 hours in Jurassic World Evolution 2, something like that. But Josh asked, what's my ranking for the Ruby volumes? So at the very bottom, Volume 5. It's like Volume 5, then a shit ton of other things. Then I would go with... Just to make it top 10, I'm also going to include Ice Queendom. So then, from there, it's... I gotta go with Volume 2. I actually kind of gotta go with Volume 2 as the second weakest. And then Volume 1. After that, I would say Volume 7 would be the next. Actually, you know what? Kind of just replaying a lot of the scenes and how things ended up playing out. I'm going to go with Volume 7 as the second worst. I think with this most recent watch through, I ended up enjoying Volumes 1 and 2 a lot more than I enjoyed Volume 7. So I would go 5, 7, 1, 2. Or no, 5, 7, 2, 1. And then from there, I would go with probably Volume 3. I know that's a hot take. But the first half of Volume 3 is not good. And then, with that said, the final stretch of Volume 3, everything that happens from the time Penny, not Penny dies, but when Ruby uses Penny's sword, everything from that moment to the rolling of the credits, that is the best stretch of Ruby. That's just the best stretch of Ruby episodes that we've ever gotten. Or best stretch of Ruby moments, I should say. So I got 5, 7, 2, 1, 3. And then I would probably have to go with 8. Volume 8. Which is basically like Volume 3, but like weaker than the end of Volume 3, but way more consistent throughout the whole volume. Whereas Volume 3 is just the last like 3.5 episodes. It's all the episodes in Volume 8 are like that. And then I would go with Volume 4 in third place, Volume 9 in second place, and Volume 6 is still my favorite.
Everyone, the Velociraptors.
King of the Raptors!
The inevitable, their biological imperative, you know, they're hunting.
Did this raptor just hold a political rally? Down with the bourgeoisie scientists!
It's time to prove that Din cares about security.
Right. Well, the guests and me need somewhere to hide. Build an emergency shelter. Raptors can be a tricky target on the best of days, so I suggest letting the pros do their thing. Give the capture team the task to tranquilize those dinosaurs and put a stop to the rampage. Right. Those dinosaurs won't be waking up anytime soon, but we better have an enclosure ready for when they do. We do have a half-built enclosure on
2,
site that'll probably do the job.
4,
If you can,
5.
finish it up.
We lost 5 people.
We should power those fences with a generator. If an animal tries to escape, it could hurt itself or even your guests. A light shock, however, will act as a gentle deterrent.
Yeah, listen, you can call me paranoid or, more accurately, justifiably nervous, but I'm telling you, those generators tend to run out of juice at the very worst of times.
Don't we all? But no, I don't want dinosaurs getting out either. Worth making sure that the generators are in range of a maintenance post so our maintenance team can keep an eye on them. When the enclosure is ready, give the order to transport those sleeping meat eaters into it. I'll leave it in your capable hands, okay? Take as long as you need, but not too long. Even sleeping carnivores make me nervous.
Okay, I also want to make sure that move this a little closer.
Good work. Now wait for the delivery to end and confirm they're all enclosed.
It's strange, isn't it? Alan and Ellie had a dig site near here in this scenic patch of Montana's Badlands. You know, they were digging for fossilized dinosaurs, and now you're containing living, breathing, thinking dinosaurs a mere stone's throw away. Wow, it's really, it's poetic in a vague sort of sense, and deeply terrifying in a more specific sort of sense.
8. Now they open up the shelter now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for any inconvenience experienced during our asset transportation complete.
Make sure to close any shelters once you've dealt with the threat. After all, guests aren't likely to spend money while they're busy hunkering down. Although a bunker gift shop isn't a bad idea. Huh. Nice job dealing with those raptors. Vicious and intelligent carnivores don't tend to mix well with guests.
Vicious and intelligent they may be, but those velociraptors deserve as much support as any other dinosaur. A feeder that gives them an outlet for their hunting instinct would be particularly beneficial.
Better the goats than us, is what you mean to say.
Resuming patrol.
Clever girl.
Generator just needs some fuel.
Volume 5 is, Josh said Volume 5 is actually aged better for people over time. It has not aged better for me. I have a better understanding of what they were ultimately going for with, like, giving Ruby the W and what they were, doing with Cinder and Raven and Watts. But nothing will excuse Adam getting one shot the way he did. Like, like, Volume 5, in retrospect, kind of shot Volume 6 in the foot. Because, you know, the big emotional and physical climax of Volume 6 is Adam. But it's hard to take Adam seriously as a threat because of how he was handled in Volume 5.
Now that they're enclosed, those raptors will actually be boosting the site's appeal. And more appeal means more guests, so it's good news in my book. Guests will actually need to be able to see the raptors to be impressed by them, but that's why we build viewing galleries, right? Huh? Dinosaur appeal is great, but dinosaur visibility is what will actually sell tickets. Improving visibility with attractions like the viewing gallery is an important step if we actually want to make a profit here. And you do want to make a profit, right?
A little preview of,
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our
I'd rather like to revisit our Corythosaurus. They needed males in the herd to thrive, and thanks to Dr. Baldera, that's exactly what we can provide them with. We just need enough genome to begin synthesis. We will need an expedition center to organize gathering the appropriate genetic material. Then, once we have processed the fossils in the science center, we can synthesize the males in a hatchery.
okay. The Expedition Center. Alright, so I'm looking for Curthosaurus, which I believe is up here. Said Montosaurus. There we go. Just said Volume 7 and 8 has good stuff in it. It's not all bad. I do like them. Like, I especially like Volume 8. It's just the whole election plot line and Robin Hill. I just couldn't get into that, and I actively hated that whole subplot. So it's hard for me to view Volume 7 favorably,
Generator just needs some fuel.
since it focused so heavily on Robin Hill and her bullshit. Just not a good character. Josh also asked, what do you think of Cinder, Neo, and Emerald as characters? I do enjoy Cinder, but not necessarily for good reason. She's just such a fuck up. Like, she is just so incompetent. She's hilarious. I'll go ahead and send another expedition out.
We are so close to providing those animals with what they need. Keep up your excellent work.
I have a staff center right here. Yeah, alright. Well, I got a long ways before I'll need one. New complete genome.
Commencing synthesis.
This is the male Cryptosaurus.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Releasing a pair of males. Well, let's look at them. Take a look at Corythosaurus. And of course, Loki Ceratops is in the way. So it looks like the crest is taller.
You did it. They're happy. They're thriving. And it's all thanks to your hard work. Well done. With males in the herd, we are only a well-placed nest away from helping these animals start a new lineage. It's not an objective that I will set, but I will always support breeding dinosaurs wherever possible.
We've done a fantastic job taking care of the dinosaurs so far, and that's great. Really great. But maybe it's time we take as much care of our bottom line, eh? You see, our guests need caring for just as much as our animals. They need hotels to sleep in, restrooms to answer nature's call. A comfortable site draws in more guests, and I'm very much a people person. I'm especially a people with spending money person.
Kevin Finch is so fun. Kevin Finch is like a capitalistic asshole done right, because like unironically, Kevin Finch is a great character. Because like he's all about he talks so much game about like, oh, it's all about the money, and oh yes, I'm only doing this to line my pockets and yada yada. But then when it comes down to coming in clutch, Kevin Finch got your back. Kevin Finch is there for his people and for the guests too. And he does like genuinely care about the dinosaurs. Like there's way better ways for him to make money than doing this. Like he genuinely gives a shit, and it's great. It's like actually kind of on par with what the movies did with John Hammond, because John Hammond in the movies is way different than in the books.
Gentlemen, for your comfort, we've increased the hotel capacity.
Looking good so far. FYI, we've got number crunchers behind the scenes collecting info on the site's appeal, how guests are feeling, and my favorite bit, our amenity sales. Take a look. Ooh, those amenity sales could be a lot less red. How sites like
I don't
this
think
one
they could
make
be any
money
more
is
red.
Pretty straightforward. See, if we have incredible animals on site and the guests can see them, then we'll sell plenty of entry tickets. And as long as we keep our guests comfortable and make sure they approve of what we're doing, we'll sell even more entry tickets. That's when we hit them with some excellent food, drinks, and shopping amenities to really bump up our income. As we seem to be lacking in the amenities department right now, we should really get that fixed. You know, I created Din to support dinosaurs and bring people joy. And there's nothing more joyful than good food, good drinks, and reasonably priced merchandise. Think of the site's profits as a measurement of joy. Building amenities near popular attractions will make profits go up, and needless to say, that's the direction that profits should be going in.
Yeah,
You can kit out amenities however you like, but you're not shooting in the dark. Our data geniuses will show you in real time how different products or features will impact guest satisfaction, and how that equals more profit.
Alright. Edit crew, move, delete, duplicate, make blueprint.
You're not going to believe what I found. Well, okay, my lawyers pointed it out to me, but same thing. We have more land than I thought. I trust it'll be put to good use. Wink, wink. More dinosaurs and more revenue. Wink, wink.
Oh, come on. I almost figured out like how to
While
get this fully
particular site
optimized.
is owned by Mr. Finch, I thought it best to still define some specific targets to work towards. Remember, satisfying these goals will define this site's overall park rating. Our park ratings prove that we can manage sites and make clients happy, which helps me expand Din globally.
I cannot believe the momentum that Din has suddenly gained. Kira, you've been talking to potential clients, right? Any, good news?
I'm close to securing a new site now. Follow my advice on increasing our reputation and park ratings, and our proposition will be irresistible.
There we go. $66.
The conservation sector have asked me to keep an eye on Din long term, so consider me an official advisor. And on that topic, your reputation with the conservation sector would only improve if we had more naturally bred dinosaurs on site.
Huh.
Generator getting refueled.
How do I do this? Contracts again. Request contract. Uh. Go. Ah. Okay, can I research attractions? Viewing platform, dome viewing gallery, viewing entrance, lagoon, log. So I need to increase my entertainment reputation to do the balloon tour. But I want my balloon tour to kind of like start here and then go really kind of across there. For now, I think what's the outside buildable area? I'm hoping that's steep enough to...
Generator will be running soon.
Smaller.
Ladies and gentlemen, after an unexpected outage, power has now been restored across the site. An understanding.
Power will be back soon.
Also build a staff center. Make sure that gets built. I just want to make sure I don't already have one. Okay, I don't. Ability. Between these two, because I wanna start boosting my entertainment. Who was that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a
Fuel
new
incoming.
gallery ready for you. Commencing synthesis procedure. Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation.
Oh, I didn't talk about Neo or Emerald. So Emerald, I'm still not fully sold on her face turn. she's all right. I guess I don't have that many opinions of her. She does have a couple of really good moments in Volume 8. And Neo, I think Neo is kind of a nothing character. Like, she's so gorgeous, and just in many ways, at least in the first, 2 volumes that she appears in, volumes 2 and 3, she's like the perfect woman. But then her whole like vengeance quest against Ruby is so stupid.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Now, hoping that this is steep enough to where it's not gonna. I mean, if it does, Edmontosaurus, it's Edmontosaurus. It's not gonna cause too many issues, I imagine. I should probably build one of those delivery zones.
Raider just needs some fuel. Asset has been collected.
Edmontosaurus regalis.
I have some rather incredible news. Dr. Baldera will be joining Din full-time, and with his breeding expertise and our brilliant park management skills, the sector representatives have offered their support as well. There is just one uncharacteristically quiet voice left. Dr. Malcolm?
I'm sure this is going to shock you, but I'm still
Okay.
skeptical. I mean, what you've done here
Brown
is
fiber.
impressive, but, haven't we walked this path of good intentions before? At the same time, I'm nothing if not wildly curious, and if there's one thing that ambitious projects need, it's a voice of reason. So, here I am.
Well, sounds like everyone's pretty much on board. Din has hope, and I won't have to sleep in my nephew's basement. Fantastic! All right, don't keep me waiting. Where are we heading next?
leave this place yet. I might have to. I don't have to, but... Clark County. Is it Arizona or is it California? Nevada? That looked a little too far to the southwest to be Nevada. This game has an autosave feature. Like, I'm not losing progress. I will save it before I switch modes, though. Which will probably be in about a...
Las Vegas. In Spanish, the Meadows. Huh. It brings to mind peaceful, rolling pastures and verdant land. But what we get are greedy opportunists rolling the dice on displaying prehistoric animals in sorely lacking enclosures. But then, aren't you also taking a gamble? Will you be able to get this site not just functional, but ethical? Roll up, place your bets, and good luck. You know, if you believe in that sort of thing.
When you said we were going to Vegas, I was expecting glitz, glamour, and maybe a night on the town, huh? But that'll teach me for being optimistic. What was this place again?
I believe that the original owner called it a prehistoric playland, or some such. The new owner, our client, wants us to take better care of these animals.
And I bet they're expecting some impressive profits given the Vegas adjacent real estate. Oh, I have a good feeling about this.
Okay. Oh, so like wonder if this is gonna extend to the campaign or challenge mode, where you'll get like random modifiers. So I'm definitely gonna want a lot of Troopy Ignatius.
To help out, I brought in a freelance crisis manager. She was a big name at Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, until they went under. Catastrophically. But I'm sure that had nothing to do with you, Lily. Nothing at all.
Thank you, Cabot. And hello, everyone. Now, our most pressing task is to get these animals recontained, which means repairing that aviary. Unless we want those high flyers to escape to the bright lights of the city, of course.
This post. Okay. Trees are a lot more solid in this game than they were in the last one.
And I should say, it's especially good to see you again, Kira.
You two know each other, huh?
Lily was a mentor for me. She gave me my first opportunities in paleo curation.
And you walked away from those opportunities with a copy of my contacts database in your pocket. She was a cunning young raptor even then.
Yes, well, I learned from the best. But let's just focus on recontaining the escaped flying reptiles.
Generator just needs some fuel.
He glitched into the thing.
Collect an asset. Asset to be collected.
Okay, so you need it to not be so barren, or...
Assets in the air. Asset has been collected.
They need to be more barren.
Transportation complete.
There's already a fish feeder in here. Josh asks, do you like acknowledging the bad side of the show more often than the good side of it? I am actually much more comfortable being on the side of defending Ruby. So I would much rather focus on the good parts of it than the bad. They walk! That's new. I don't recall there being walking animations in the second
But
game.
if this place is gonna hit the jackpot, we'll need these animals to be visible to our guests. And we should make it clear that the park's under new management with some stylish scenery, too.
Oh, yeah. What's a sideshow without the show, after all?
All those old structures that were on the site when we got here don't exactly shout high-end establishment. Remember, you can demolish anything you don't like or dress it up with some lovely scenery items. Do a good job and I might hire you to revitalize my porch.
This is gonna be...
Let's put the drone to work.
Already have an idea of something to build. They had, this. And then also... I could get like a T-Rex skull. Yeah. I could do the classic 1930s version of Spinosaurus skeleton. That's a project for a different day. What was I gonna do? Need Science Center.
Generator getting refueled. Attention personnel, please stand by for a vehicle return.
Attention all science personnel. Please report to the newly opened science.
Also gonna need an expedition center. All right. What am I researching? Aviary viewing gallery. Yeah, these guys cohabitate with Troopy Ignathus. Likes Geostar Bergia and Thanatos Draken. Probably neutral to other flyers.
Okay, the drone's on it.
Is it because the pterosaurs in the way, or is it because I can't build this close to the aviary hatchery? Just a sec. Okay, I guess it's because of that. Alright. This is too close to the pterosaur. Pteranodon. There we go. Really checked out the paths yet. So that's the rustic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have added a new aviary viewing gallery, ready for you to observe our amazing avian reptiles.
I need... So it's asking me to put down scenery, blueprints. So hold on, let's look at these. Oh, it's a little like a kind of a T-Rex. Lamps. Got our benches, table. Some lounges. Canopy. Oh. I like that. Little hut. Classic. Also identically classic. Classic. In fact, that kind of fits the vibe. This being so close to Vegas and in the desert. I'm putting this near the entrance. Where is the... Is that the arrival? I guess so. There we go. Okay, no, I want to go back to... Decal design. Like landing pads. Okay, no, this is... This is what I saw with like some modular building. Like there's apparently like no clip, like you can just build it right into. It doesn't look like you can build it into anything. Like it doesn't look like you can build it into the. Or maybe I can. I can. Oh, this is getting a bush top then.
Fuel incoming.
Alright. There we go. This is more, what I'm talking about. Can I... Can I, like, rotate onto its side? Let's see what else I got. Closure flora. So, Dunkleosteus. Jeez, I'm nowhere near done with looking at this stuff. Oh, that's a vending machine. I'll be utilizing those pieces at least. Okay, so it doesn't want... It's, having a hard time building... I want to put that in... Like, in the water. There should be a way to... There we go. Okay, hold on. So that's how I grow and shrink. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Dang it.
Refueling generator.
Okay, so this is a little unintuitive. When it comes to the rotation. So you have to go like left and right no matter which one you're doing.
If this site runs out of money, well, that would be a crisis in its own right. Use the arrival point to open the park. Then we can get back to work.
Sorry I spent so much time on this. I really want to get this to look something like what I'm envisioning. There we go. That's more like it.
Attention personnel.
Our client wants more species on site. This is a non-negotiable part of our contract, so do whatever needs to be done to make it happen. Lily, could you lend your guidance?
Oh, of course. Building a new aviary is step one, and it's crucial to get right. The proper environment will keep these animals happy enough to prevent an escape attempt. When the aviary is set up, then we can look into bringing more flying animals on site. The guests will love that, I'm sure.
Alright, I am about ready to switch modes, so I am going to save. Catch up on your questions. Josh S says Volume 9 the only volume from post Volume 3 you like? No, Volume 6 is my favorite volume. And Volume 4 was my favorite volume when that came out. Like, I always liked Volume 4 more than Volume 3. And Volume 6 is my favorite. No, as for your other question, have you played Ghost of Yote yet? No. And I don't plan to. With my limited time, and with all the projects I have going on in my life, plus work and family and all that, I have to be very selective with what games I end up not just putting money on, because I make decent money at my job, but more so like what I put my time into. And I'm not willing to put my time or money into a game ran by people who hate people like me. Like it's a very political reasons why I will not be playing Ghost of Yote or Yotoi, however you pronounce it. But yeah, like I'm done with Sucker Punch. I'm done with. I have a PlayStation 5, but it's probably gonna just collect dust because I'm just sick of Sony right now. So any Sony exclusive is basically going to be left by the wayside at least until the new next God of War game comes out. Like, I'm just not going to be supporting that company for a while. Alright. Yeah, this video is a lot more like, a lot more like what, the first Jurassic World Evolution was. So we have Kauai. We have Clark County. Indonesia. Sichuan Basin in China. Katsuyama in Japan. San Albertus in Malta. That's, I think that's a returning map. Azores Archipelago in Portugal. That's a bit of a curveball. Biosyn, obviously. And then, Unknown. The level contains major spoilers for the campaign of Jurassic World Evolution 3. You can choose to unlock this early. No, thank you. Then, of course, Isla Nublar, 1993. Isla Sorna. Isla Nublar, 2015. Canada, Germany. Oh, these are just the same maps. Canada, Germany, United Kingdom, Northwest USA, or Southwest USA. So these are the... I wonder if they're going to add more in as free updates, like San Diego. I really like the San Diego map from the last game. But let's go with, I want to check out the island generator. So let's generate ourselves an island. Uh. Sure, I guess this is fine. Ugh. Josh asked, do you find it wrong for people to use Ruby as a punching bag show? Not necessarily. I am very much in the, like what you want to like, but also hate what you want to hate. Camp. Alright. Let's go with... Yeah, I like that. So there's like an algorithmic thing. I want less mountains, though. And a little bit more mountains than that. Ooh, I actually like that. A little more mountain. A little less mountain. I want to be able to build on that little island. I think this is a good fit.
My, look at you. Staring at an example of nature's endless possibility. Endless complexity. Of course, you know, there's no way to predict how that complexity is going to express itself over time. But considering that the dinosaurs are involved, I got a few educated guesses.
First of all, let's use one of these two little islands as like a command center. Gotta get an arrival building. Say the arrival should be here on this little archipelago, on this little peninsula.
Attention personnel. The park is opening and guests will be arriving shortly.
First thing I want to do is build a hyperloop. So use Jurassic World design. Alright, now let's go with what kind of path do we want for our main thing? I say we use this kind of like brickwork. Around, say around here, we build like kind of a secondary hub with my response facility. My maintenance facility. And a paleomedic facility. Oh, and another Hyperloop station. Let's make it go in a loop too. So let's go with a different kind of path here. Go with like just kind of a sandy. Alright, so then where was my guest hub? My guest hub was over here. Let's go ahead and continue making this kind of a big guest hub with like a restroom.
Yeah, for when you gotta go, I suppose.
Emergency shelter. We'll go with some large amenities. Let's just continue with the Jurassic World theme. There's my large drink. There's my large shopping. Let's make the path a little longer so that I can do large food. And let's also add in a large hotel. I'm a little disappointed that the hotels do not look the same as they did in the prior games. Because those were ripped straight from the movie.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your comfort, we've increased the hotel capacity of the park.
Alright, and then let's... small, electrify, medium, large, heavy fence, classic gate. Invisible gate. The invisible fence from Dominion. Okay, I also want to build around this. Alright, and then I'm gonna build a gate around this. Let's build a hatchery over here in our little primary command center. All right. So we got Acrocanthosaurus. Carcharodontid from Cretaceous North America. Albertosaurus. Miniature T-Rex from Canada. Ankylodocus, the hybrid of Ankylosaurus and Apatosaurus. Allosaurus, my favorite dinosaur in the world. Not super happy with this redesign, but I much prefer this design. Ankylosaurus, armored herbivore from Ankylosaurus 2001. Do they not have a bumpy skin? Huh. Guess not. Guess that'll come in an update. Apatosaurus. Velociraptor, Archaeornithomimus, Baryonyx, Brachiosaurus, one of my favorites, Ceratosaurus, Carnotaurus, Chasmosaurus, Chunkingosaurus, Compsognathus, Coelophysis, Concavenator, because I got the deluxe edition, Corythosaurus, Dilophosaurus, Deinonychus, the new Deinonychus looks sick. Dimetrodon, Diplodocus, Bryosaurus, Gallimimus, Edmontosaurus, Giganotosaurus. Again, I'm a much bigger fan of the Frontier JWE's design. Just this looks more like an actual Giganotosaurus than what we got in Dominion, which is the new default. Got again Spinosaurus, Herrerasaurus. So glad he made the cut. There's just already not a whole lot of Triassic dinosaurs. Guanlong. Always happy to see more feathered dinosaurs. Homalocephali. Iguanodon. I do like this design. I just also prefer the Frontier design. It looks a lot beefier in the Frontier design. Yeah. Then they're gonna have to do some bug fixes with species viewer. Indominus Rex, Indoraptor looking sick. Lystrosaurus, Lokiceratops, we already saw that. Maiasaura, Mamenchosaurus, Microceratus, Metriacanthosaurus, Moros intrepidus. He's a little more derpy here than he did before. Muttaburrasaurus. He looks kind of slimy. Nodosaurus, Nazutoceratops, Laura Titan, Ornithomimus looking beautiful. This was one of the last species that they announced. Pachycephalosaurus, Oviraptor, Parasaurolophus, Patagotitan, Protoceratops, Proceratosaurus, Stoxosaurus, Pyroraptor, Sauropelta, Chianosaurus, surprising Chianosaurus made the cut, Scorpius rex, Sinoceratops, Spinoraptor, Spinoceratops, Spinosaurus, Stegoceratops, Stegosaurus, Struthiomimus, Tyrannosaurus, Stygimoloch, Suchomimus, Therizinosaurus, Troodon, Triceratops, Shintaosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, Velociraptor, Utahraptor, and Utyrannus. Josh asked, do I like Penny in the first three or more recent volumes more? I actually prefer her original design. I like the shorter hair. And I generally like longer hair on characters. Like, generally speaking, I prefer long hair. At least on female characters. Writing-wise, I like what they did with her in Volume 7 more. Who should I incubate? I definitely want to do something with the Spinosaurids. First. Okay, let's play around with some of the landscaping tools. Raise terrain into flat. Lower terrain into flat. Okay, how do I do the waterfall? I have to flatten this. Now, how do I make waterfalls? Because the way they made it look, it was just like add water to the top and bottom of like a cliff. It had to be deep water. Let me look this up. JWE3 waterfall. Oh, so it's under terrain brushes? Create an elevate area using a raise tool. Flatten it with the flatten tool. I did that. And if it's not appearing, then try lowering. So apparently there's a height limit to waterfalls. Make a multi-tier one. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, take to the skies and marvel at the sights with our newly opened.
Let's get a I'd say a Spinosaurus. Or Suchomimus. Alright. Oh, wait, and then I wanna...
Incubate. Stand by.
Wait, no, I didn't want to do that. I wanted a male. I wanted a guy.
Asset requiring collection.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Spinosaurus to the park.
Asset being transported. Heading to collect the asset.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome a Spinosaurus to the park.
Okay, so I guess it's
You've got
still like a, if it's a
semi-aquatic
solo.
legend on site now. The Spinosaurus is a menacing figure on land, but it really comes into its own in the water. Just imagine that iconic sail slicing through the waves as it approaches your boat. Feels like something out of a movie. Well, maybe also something out of a nightmare, huh?
Delivery has been completed.
Let's get rid of this little crevice here. Add back that deep water. We'll turn this into wetland. There's so many environmental needs. There we go. Now that they're happy, I can put in turn that into a nest. Boxing waves, dinosaurs disease, dinosaur injury, dinosaurs don't starve, dinosaurs don't dehydrate, dinosaur lifespan, juvenile dinosaur maturity, dinosaur status checks. gonna watch them for a bit. Josh asked a while ago, do you hate Volume 7 more than 8? Yes. Volume 7 has more Robin. And it has what I think is the stupidest moment in Ruby post Volume 5. Is in Volume 7. Like, there's no like getting around the whole airship fight fiasco and how stupid that was. And how it like it actively ruined Robin's character, who is already like not a good character. It also like actively ruined Crow. Like that scene was character assassination for Crow. I want to actually see you get into the water and start swimming. They should probably wall the section off. Out of Ruby, Weiss, Blake, and Yang, which of the four's character development do you like the best in Volume 9? Ruby, by the she's the only one. Like, Weiss got very little development. She was mostly comedic relief. And then the only development with Blake and Yang is that they hooked up, like, which is not something I really was ever concerned with. Not something I really cared about. Let's add some water so I can make a boat tour. Oh. So if I could just connect the two, but
Ah, yes. If there's anything that would make me feel comfortable about entering a dinosaur's territory, it's a kayak beneath me and a paddle in hand.
Is there like a dynamic? No, there is. There we go. And I'll put like some signage.
Ladies and gentlemen, grab your paddles and enjoy a river trip through time on the Cretaceous Cruise.
在划皮划艇时，请尽量保持划桨动作平。
Gotta fill that little chunk up with some dinosaurs. Sorry, almost 2 o'clock. It's about time for me to... I want to do my errands in the morning, but the thing I need to do doesn't open until, like 10. So I was planning on streaming this all day. But that's just not going to be possible. Let's go with, like, Allura Titan.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by. Incubation complete. Prepare assets.
Josh asked a couple questions while I was busy. How do you feel about Penny turning into a human and what happened to her at the finale of Volume 8? I think it's tragic. I think Penny did kind of touch on all the things she needed to touch on. It is tragic, but it is also kind of a little cheap. Like my co-host Coop, he hates it because he feels like there was no point. Like, would have been better off just keeping her dead. Only thing I really enjoy about Emerald is her design, maybe. And also how she's pathetically crushing on Cinder. That's really all she has going for her, in my opinion, in those early volumes. Like, I'm not a big Emerald fan. I don't really care that much for her. She's not that interesting. What are things that you hope to see in Volume 10? I think, I've said this on the podcast numerous times. Yang needs to do something that doesn't fucking involve Blink. Maybe the reintroduction of Raven can take care of that, but, like, she needs to be feeling really fucking guilty about what happened to Ruby.
This graceful herbivore, the Oliver Titan, was one of the last non-avian dinosaurs to go extinct. That long neck and striking crest makes it a real crowd pleaser. That's also where it got its name, which translates to Titanic Swan.
Did I have a mail too? Oh. Wetland 0. Oh. I keep forgetting. Yeah, my main hope in Volume 10 is that I like Yang again. That Yang does something that makes me like her again. We did that podcast talking about our least favorite characters, and Yang made my shit list. Yang was my I think number 3 on my top 5 worst character list. And it was entirely because of the way that she's been interacting with Ruby lately. And get rid of some of this water. Place it with wetland. God, dinosaurs just seem so much more needy in this game than they did before. There we go. And then Josh asked, how did Volume 6 end up being your favorite? So, let's see here. So I'm gonna have to leave soon. So, in my opinion, Ruby should have been about a group of kick-ass girls going on random missions to fight bad guys and hunt monsters and very like freak of the week. Like I think Ruby would have been a lot better doing that rather than this overarching plot with Salem. Volume 6 was the closest we got to what I always wanted Ruby to be. You have like the couple episodes with the train crash. That's an arc. You have the apathy stuff in the Brunswick farm. That's an arc. You have Adam hunting them down and the clash with Cordovan coinciding with the clash with Adam. That's an arc. That's three really solid beats. A first act, second act, third act that also uses those things to develop the characters, like Ruby coming into her own, learning more about the Silver Eyes, and stepping up to become more and more of a leader and a real bona fide huntress. Blake and Yang resolving their tension from when Blake left her and having to confront Adam, the source of their trauma. Weiss dealing with, fear and having to, like, kind of swallow her pride and return back home to help her friends. Jean getting over Pyrrha's death and finding that closure by meeting her mother. Oscar becoming an actual human being instead of just a plot device. That realizing that, like, he's in this fight now and he has to step up his game and grow up. And then you got Nora and Ren, they don't really do much. And then you have Crow getting over his alcoholism and trying to be a better mentor for Ruby. Like, you have all that stuff all jam-packed into a 13-episode volume that also happens to have three of the best sequences in the series. At least two of the best fight scenes. Maria versus Tak, and then Yang and Blake versus Adam. I think both of those sequences are excellent. I love the train fight, and I also love everything about the apathy and that little sequence of episodes. So it's just way more impressive and way more of what I think Ruby should always be. Volume 9 was great, but I would not want another Volume 9. I wouldn't want a rehash or a repeat of Volume 9. I could go with a rehash of Volume 6 and be totally happy. Anyway, that's actually going to wrap it up here. We've been going for about 4 hours now. That's longer than I think I've ever streamed. And we've made some good progress. My back is killing me, and I'm starving. I need to run and get lunch and go about my errands. You all have a good day. Maybe in the not too distant future, I will be back with more of this game. Not with this setup though. I didn't end up really digging this setup. I much prefer my regular computer monitor to my 55-inch TV when it comes to this stuff. All right. You all have a good day.